Mic check. All right, here we go. Now we got audio. Morning for a lot of people, especially for a Sunday. So I don't expect a whole lot of people to join the stream right now, but glad you're welcome. Up to well last night, and then they kind of took it down. So I don't know if how much snow we're gonna expect today. The National Weather Service is still saying mostly 2 to 4 inches. I was originally going to go up to Door County today, where there was expected like 3 to 5 inches, possibly more, and it sure looked like that on the model. And then, last night it showed like maybe a half inch of snow. So I checked again early this morning, and there's still a chance for some lake enhanced snow to go up that way. But I decided to go more toward central Wisconsin because there's a higher, well, in York County, it's a very small band of land, so there's not much area for the snow to hit. Opposed to central Wisconsin, if there's no snow in this area, you could drive like 30 minutes west to get back to the snow bands. Compared to Door County, you're locked in by the water on all sides. So decided that this morning we would go today, go to central Wisconsin. So right now we're at that blue dot. No snow currently falling, but as you can see, as soon as I switch the camera back, the roads are snow covered from some overnight snow that occurred. So right now, it's I figured, hey, I'd go live because the roads are already kind of crappy, and because I kind of wanted to do a signal test to see how my internet connection holds with bonded internet. And in this area, there's a lot of trees on either side of the road, some areas. So I figured it'd be a good test to see how the internet holds. But yeah, looking forward to whatever happens today. It's not supposed to be a wet snow, it's supposed to be more of a dry, fluffy snow, which means when the wind gusts pick up later this afternoon to about 25-ish miles per hour, any roads that were already plowed could get blown over again and cause low visibility even when there's no snow going to be falling. Later this afternoon, I'm not totally sold on that yet, but we'll see how it goes. So far, the more major highways, the plows have done a pretty good job of keeping the roads cleared and salted. But on these secondary county roads, not necessarily state highways. It's definitely worse travel conditions. Waiting game to see where the snow bands line up because the model have also shifted the low pressure system further north, almost into the UP upper Minnesota border. Not the upper Michigan, my goodness, I can't talk today. But up towards the UP, and that also allowed some dry air to kind of work its way in, which is why on radar here you can see all those pockets of no snow. On the models yesterday, it was showing consistent snowfall for pretty much all of the winter weather advisory area. But how much snow actually falls?
To 30 miles an hour with some drifting of snow, especially in open areas across southeast Minnesota. Check road conditions before heading out. Be careful if traveling this morning and allow extra time to reach your destination. I'm just going to turn on the all hazard radio station for a little bit to see if there's any updates that come out. Yesterday's high temperature was 25 degrees and 17 degrees. 0.09 yesterday, which brings the monthly total to 0.07. 0.39 inches below the normal amount of 0.46 inches for January. The total precipitation for the year now stands at 0.017, which is 0.39 inches below normal. 0.2 inches. That's a little slick right here. Whoa. The total is 0.2 inches. Well, 3.9 inches below the normal amount of 5. We stopped for January. Barely, but yeah. That was a whole bunch of ice right underneath that snow there. Which is 18.6 inches below normal. The normal high temperature for today is 23 degrees, and the normal low is 7. The record high for today is 45, which occurred in 1987, and the record low is -32, which occurred in 1909. Sunrise today is at 7:34 a.m. and sunset is at 4:40 p.m. The current time is 7:03 a.m. Central Standard Time. Here are the 6 a.m. observations. And Waco, from the was reported. The temperature was 25 degrees, the dew point was 21, bringing the relative humidity to 85%. The wind was southeast at 7 miles an hour, and the barometric pressure was at 29.58 inches and repeating. Now, here are some conditions around Wisconsin. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 24 at Bedford, 25 at Wisconsin Rapids, 27 at Stevens Point, 28 at Appleton, and 28 at Oshkosh. At Marshfield, freezing rain and rain were reported, with a temperature of 27. At Rylander, Shelton, Florida, with a temperature of 20. At Clemson, snow was falling, with a temperature of 21. It was cloudy, with a temperature of 30 at La Crosse and 30 at Milwaukee. At Eau Claire, snow and fog were reported, with a temperature of 28. At Madison, freezing drizzle and snow were reported, with a temperature of 29. At Minneapolis, freezing drizzle and drizzle were reported, with a temperature of 27. And now the forecast for your local area. Winter weather advisory in effect until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Today, light is still likely. Freezing drizzle also possible. Snow accumulation around 1 inch. Minor icing possible. Highs in the upper 20s. South wind 5 to 10 miles an hour shifting to the west 10 to 15 miles an hour in the afternoon. Chance of precipitation 70%. Tonight, clustering. Much colder. Mostly cloudy. A chance of light until in the evening. Low 0 to 5 below. West wind 15 to 25 miles an hour. Chance of snow 30%. Lowest wind chill reading low to 25 miles after midnight. Monday, much colder. Partly sunny. Highs around 5 above 0. West wind 10 to 20 miles an hour with gusts about 3 miles an hour. Wind chills to 25 below 0. Monday night.
Yeah, it's supposed to get really cold here in Wisconsin starting tomorrow morning. Wind chills like negative 20 to 25 below, so not the most ideal temperatures, especially if any of the salt on the roads melts the snow, and then it won't be able to keep up with the freezing cold temperatures, and it could all ice up, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Lows around 5 below 0. Highs around 20. Wednesday night and Thursday, not yet cold. Mostly cloudy. Lows 10 to 15. Highs in the lower 30s. Thursday night and Friday, mostly cloudy. Lows in the upper teens. Highs in the lower 30s. Friday night and Saturday, colder. Mostly cloudy. Lows 10 to 15. Highs in the upper teens. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for north central and northeastern Wisconsin. For today and tonight, hazardous travel.
We might encounter a little bit of light snow up ahead. We're currently heading north, kind of towards Rhinelander, is what I have in the GPS. So we'll have to see if we'll stick around there or maybe we'll go a little further north. But that's the current plan right now.
Level of Arctic air applying with gusty west winds really to fairly cold wind chills 10 below to 25 below 0 late tonight. And now the outlook for the period Sunday and Friday wind chills are forecast to from 50 below to 25 below 0 on Monday and Tuesday mornings. Weather information statement. Weather requested. By the Thermometer Green Bay. Here it is a winter weather bulletin for the following counties in Wisconsin: Carolina, Philadelphia, Northern Maryland, Northern Oconto, Shawano, Southern Maryland, and Southern Oconto. Winter weather advisory remains in effect until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Snow and freezing drizzle. Additional snow accumulations of 1 to 2 inches in the monthly device. The areas affected include Carolina, Philadelphia, Northern Maryland County, Northern Oconto County, Shawano, Southern Maryland County, and Southern Oconto County counties. The hazardous conditions are expected until 3 p.m. this afternoon. Impacts on roads, and especially bridges and purposes, would likely become slick and hazardous. Plan of slippery roads.
Yeah, this is pretty slick right here.
Use caution while traveling. The latest road conditions are calling from the NT like 911. Here in Escalade with a flooding limited on counter in the curves of Millers, Ventures, Lightweight, Lincoln, and Bypass.
Right now we're roughly 40 minutes from Rhinelander, so just have to kind of keep an eye out on radar to see where the rain, not rain, snow bands set up, and get into those while they're happening. All right, hi Amy. I expect a lot of people are still sleeping because, well, because of the hour of the day. But hi, good morning, Graybeard. Definitely pretty slick on this road right now. Looks like there's been just enough traffic on it to pack. I seriously debated just going back to sleep this morning instead of coming out. Not ideal on the model runs, but it was enough to, and I had done enough prep. I was like, oh, I better go out and because you never know what'll happen on these days. It may look like nothing will happen, and then stuff starts happening. So We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, definitely looks like central Wisconsin's going to be the place to be, like Rhinelander area, possibly even a little further north. But kind of going to hang around the Rhinelander area for a little bit, I think, just to see how things progress as they move east, and make a decision from there which direction I want to go. The next right on the County Road page. Oh, that's this. Nice. Road less traveled. Still some tire tracks, but less traveled than the other road. Purposely took some of these back roads going up to Rhinelander. I could have taken what highway is that? Could have taken Highway 45 north from Antigo, and then Highway 8 going west. But I figured because I was on 45 for a little bit, and that road seemed relatively well plowed, so I figured that's not really any fun. So took some of the back roads. It probably can't see it on the camera right now, but it is currently snowing. So that's a plus. Yeah, it looks like Madison's not going to get very much, if anything, other than what you may have gotten already. It's looking like maybe, at least a couple days ago, it was going to be more of a central Wisconsin snow event, but then the low pressure area kept moving further and further north. And well, here we are. Yeah, I figured you probably couldn't see the snow. It's very fine snowflakes. They're not very big at all. Definitely a pretty fine snow. I don't know if you'll be able to see it very well, but kicking up behind us, it's just a cloud of snow behind us from the tires kicking it up. So it's definitely not a wet or packy snow right now. Yeah, it looks like you should be able to see it. But yeah, Yeah, right now, on this road at least, there's actually on a lot of the roads I've been on, when the vehicles go over, it kind of packs it down and sticks it to the tire, and then it just throws the chunks up all over. So now that's what you hear going up under the bottom of the vehicle. Yeah, you might be able to see it a little bit better in a couple minutes when it gets closer to sunrise, or maybe not. Who knows? Depending on how well the camera will be able to pick it up through the windshield. If they were bigger flakes, I would have more confidence that you might be able to see it. But even just right now in person, it looks more like fog almost than actually snowflakes. Yeah, I'm excited to at least have something somewhat noteworthy in Wisconsin area that I can chase. I was getting a little bit bored. I've seen almost no vehicles out here this morning, which is kind of expected. Roads are kind of crappy, it's snowy, and I left the house at 4:45 in the morning on a Sunday. So, not too worried about vehicles or accidents right now. Right now, the thing I'm most worried about is just a deer popping out of these woods and not being able to stop in time for the roads. But so it is in Wisconsin. Never know where the deer are going to be. Yep, most likely. It is pretty out here with the fresh coating of snow on all the evergreen trees. Maybe I'll have to stop and get a picture at some point, but I'll have to make sure I stop in the right place so that I don't get stuck and have to use my recovery boards again. Right now, we are going 100% off of Starlink internet. Right now, if I was just going off of a hotspot or even my phone, right now I have zero phone signal. So I'm happy that right now we seem to be holding a pretty decent signal. Don't know how long the stream is going to be today, but I'm guessing till at least noon Central Time. The winter weather advisory goes till 3 o'clock. So depending on if they cancel that early or not, might have an impact on how long we stream. But I'll do my best not to get stuck. Not gonna lie, it was kind of depressing last night. I had to run a couple of errands, and I got back and I was getting the vehicle all set up for the chase. I got all my equipment in here. I rewired a whole bunch of different stuff, which my fingers did not appreciate because it was like 15 degrees, but it needed to be done. I had a whole bunch of old cords that I didn't need anymore, so it's much more streamlined now. More streamlined than it was. I still have a little work to do, but I finished all that. My fingers were freezing. I came inside to schedule the stream and look at the models, and then I saw like the models had completely crapped the bed. And I was worried I wouldn't even have anything to stream today. I was like, did I seriously just do all that for nothing? Like, it wasn't even I came out here and it wouldn't have performed up to expectations. It just looked like there was going to be almost no stuff. But luckily, I just had to adjust instead of cancel them. So, because as you can see, there is snow. There's a certain beauty to just going out and driving in the snow where there's like absolutely no one else out on the road right now. Like right now, it's just me, my vehicle, you guys watching, and the snow and the trees. That's pretty much it. Which is also why you gotta be prepared with equipment to get yourself out of a mess or get yourself out of a jam in case you get in one. Because, like, let's say right now I got stuck, there's no one around. Just as I say that, there's a vehicle up ahead. The timing of that was absolutely impeccable. I see nobody for like an hour, and as soon as I say that, there's a car like a quarter mile in front of me. Yep, the irony of that is top notch. Timing of that could not have been better. Literally don't see any other vehicles for probably an hour. Maybe 45 minutes. And then as soon as I say that, like 10 seconds later, I see brake lights up ahead. It's like, well, I guess that's what I get for saying that. But welcome to everyone who is watching, has watched, or will be watching at some point if they watch the video of this after it's done. Welcome, glad that you're here. Uh, if you guys weren't here, it would make this not quite as enjoyable because, well, I would just be talking to myself. It's always awkward when no one is watching the stream. Like right when I started this morning, it's like, well, I can't really, I'd just literally be talking to myself. No one was in chat because it was like 6:45 in the morning on a Sunday, Central Time. Look at me have job sick for a moment, but yeah, without you guys, it would just be me driving in the snow with no one to talk to. So glad you're here, glad you watched, and I'm glad you can enjoy this expedition with me. Here's another vehicle, and he is going quite fast, right down the middle of the road. Fantastic. All right. Guess he wasn't expecting to see anyone else on the roads either. Pretty friendly neighborhood duck. Whack to you. whatever reason, we seem to be struggling on holding a connection right now. Signal might struggle a little bit here with the trees, but we'll see. This is kind of funky. So don't go straight, because that's someone's lawn. So you turn left, and then a quick right. There we go.
Right on Wisconsin 17 north.
This road has been plowed at some point.
14 miles.
Just gonna do a slickness check. Okay, so they have salted it, but definitely still slippery. So I always like to check that when there's no one around. Just hit the brakes quick to see how much you slide and if the ABS kicks in or not. Yeah, I'm on the rumble strips, but to either be on the rumble strips or be on the unplowed area of the road. So at this point, I'm going to choose rumble strips. It's another car. Snow plowed. Full strips. I don't know who I'm chasing yet. I haven't picked the target, but guess we'll find out soon enough. Guess whoever's in the snow is who I'll be chasing. Signal is struggling a bit right now because of all the trees. That's the thing about northern Wisconsin. Whole lot of trees. Lots of trees in northern Wisconsin that'll mess with the Starlink signal. But without the Starlink signal, or without Starlink, we would have pretty much no signal right now. So, better than nothing, that's for sure. Just like that, we have amazing signal again. And we're currently not dropping any frames, which is good. If I had a piece of wood, I would knock on it right now. If there's a plow. Yikes, that was a little close. If we get up here, I might try a different setting to see if we can stop the signal from dropping out so much. Right now, it seems to be happening more than it should. Right now, I am currently 10 minutes from Rhinelander, so about 8 o'clock is when I'll get there. So I've never been to Rhinelander before that I can recall, so I don't know how much civilization is there. So might drive around Rhinelander a little bit just to see how the roads, quote, in town are. Might also try to find something to eat because I haven't eaten anything yet today and I forgot to grab a water. So see what they have. Yeah, I've heard of it a lot, but I don't think I've ever been there. And if I have, it was just like passing through like quite a few years ago and I don't recall. Especially being from Northeast Wisconsin, you hear it on the news and the weather all the time. Up in Rhinelander, it's 35 degrees or whatever, but I'm slightly surprised by the condition of this road because it hasn't. I mean, they got a little bit of snow maybe an hour or so ago, but this seems pretty packed down. And usually these northern Wisconsin counties are on top of uh, salting and plowing the roads because they get so much snow up here. They have the manpower and the equipment to usually keep these in pretty good condition. But and I just realized none of that went through because it looks like we lost signal. But I was saying I'm slightly surprised by the condition of the roads because in Wisconsin they they're no stranger to getting snow. They usually get more snow up here than we do in central Wisconsin or northeast Wisconsin. And so they usually have the manpower and um, the equipment to be able to maintain the roads pretty good. So this guy doesn't back up right to my lane. Okay, about 8,300 people isn't too bad. Decent sized population. Yes, I would also consider this civilization. It's when you get to the towns that show up on the map and then you get there and it's on the sign it says like population 500 or something. Then it's like, oh, will I have what I need here? Check the map, but what do they got for food around here? These parts. Oh, looks like they got a decent selection, maybe. We have now entered Rhinelander. I might just do McDonald's and just get like a breakfast sandwich or something and a water. It's probably what I'll do.
600 feet, turn left onto South Oneida Avenue. At the light, turn left onto South Oneida Avenue. 1,000 feet, turn left onto East King Street.
Oh, Graybeard, you're getting called out. Yeah, I have to creep up a little bit more to get the sensor going. There we go. Now the light changed.
Left onto East King Street.
That doesn't look like the way to McDonald's. So we'll take this other route that it says we can take.
1,000 feet, turn left onto East Davenport Street. Take the second left onto East Davenport Street, then turn left onto South Pelham Street. Take the next left onto South Pelham Street, then turn right. Take the next left, then turn right.
Well, I found McDonald's.
At the light, turn left onto South Stevens Street, then turn left.
And Rhinelander is a pretty town. Yeah, Stream Elements finally decided to join us.
Take the next left, then turn right.
To be fair, the reason Stream Elements hasn't joined us until now is because I have the settings set so that it only posts stuff if so many lines of chat have been posted in the last so many minutes. So that it's not just Stream Elements clogging up the chat when it's like just, let's say, you, Graybeard, talking in chat. So it's not like every other message is from Stream Elements. Oh, perfect.
Your destination is on the left. Have you ready for the crew comes here? Good morning, welcome to McDonald's. Do you have a reward?
I do not.
What can I get for you?
Can I just have one sausage McMuffin with egg and
Okay,
then 1 cup of water?
sure. Is that complete your order?
That's it. This is the first time I've actually gone through the drive-through with my gone through any drive-through with my roof antenna on or my radio, because I was always worried that I would hit like the roof or something or the overhang. So a couple weeks ago, I finally measured how tall the antenna was on the top of my vehicle. It's 8'10", and drive-through says the clearance is 9 feet, so I'm good. Got a little bit of space to spare, as long as there's not 2 inches of snow on the ground that, or 2.5 inches of snow on the ground that brings it up and hits the roof. I should be good. Yeah, just one sandwich. I guess for now I'll just park here and quick eat my sandwich. I would get more food gray beard, but because I would definitely eat it, but for right now I'm just gonna get one sandwich because it's McDonald's has gotten pretty expensive. So, oh, now we have signal back. Anyway, I was just saying it ashames me as a Wisconsinite that I didn't think of it, but I should have checked to see if there was a quick trip because I only got one sandwich because McDonald's has gotten pretty dang expensive. But now, then I was saying now if there was a quick trip, and then I realized, oh, I never even checked to see if there was a quick trip. Yeah, fast food has gotten outrageously expensive. Now you guys should be able to see it is indeed snowing. I figured there had to be some quick trips around. As soon as I thought of it, I was like, dang. I'll almost certainly do a quick trip for lunch or a snack later, but yeah, it ashames me that I didn't think of it. Yeah, that's a yikes. Well, as soon as I finish eating here, which will be like any second now, I have to quick check why one of the stream overlay things isn't working like it should be. Yeah, those had better be some good eggs. For that price? So far, from what I can tell, just from what I've seen on the stream preview, the new overlay that I added and somewhat coded for this little thing that pops up on the screen that says when there's a low signal seems to be working pretty well. The main reason I added that was because obviously people can kind of figure out when there's a low signal because it starts to freeze. But then let's say I don't have signal for like 15 to 20 seconds and it just stays frozen on the screen. It'll at least have the low signal frozen on the screen as well. Anyone who just joined or wasn't paying attention and they think, the screen might look a little funky for a moment because I'm switching to a different overlay. That is actually not a bar. That is the Grey Wolf Nature Store. I'm sure they have some bars here too, because, well, it's Wisconsin, it's northern Wisconsin, but that specific place is Grey Wolf Nature Store. So I guess we'll just drive around Rhinelander a little bit for a while. We'll see what the streets in town are like. And then I'll check radar to see what the incoming snow might be looking like as well. Like I said, I've never been to Rhinelander before, so I kind of want to at least see what it's like around here. And of course, stream it for you guys so you guys can see what the roads are like as well. I can't see a truck. I hope no one's coming. This is Rhinelander, Wisconsin. Sorry. For whatever reason, we're not getting good signal here, even on the Starlink, which I find kind of odd. I really do need to get that roof mount for the Starlink there so I can get it off the dashboard. One, because it doesn't have as good of a signal from interior of the vehicle through the glass. And second, you can kind of see it on the front camera, just the reflection in the dashboard, which is what that white line is, like on the third of the way from the. I really don't know why the signal is struggling so bad right now. Like it goes perfectly fine and then the signal cuts out for seemingly no apparent reason, even when Starlink should have good clear view to the sky. Ooh, that's a little slick. Gave some gas and we started slipping. Well, at some point, I might have to reach out to Starlink support to see if we can figure out what's going on, because it shouldn't be struggling this bad. Like the signal, I can understand going down, but just like completely dropping and getting no data upload seems off. Kinda want to go up that hill. What's up there? Let me quick check the map to make sure it's not going to be like some random dead end that I won't be able to get out of. No, that's a road. We're going up the hill. What do you mean no outlet? Oh, if I keep going straight. Yeah, so I'll turn left here, because there is an outlet this way. sort of. Kind of just makes a big loop. But I might actually stop here just for a quick minute. I'll make sure I stop in a place where I won't get totally stuck. And I do want to get a snow measurement of how much snow is actually out here right now. 'Cause seems like a pretty substantial amount right now. As of right now, there is currently 2 inches of snow on the ground. Would you look at that? I got moving again. I didn't get stuck. Perhaps we're just gonna turn around right here. There's a whole bunch of signs to the right that say no outlet, even though it looks like the road should go through. I don't want to risk it. This is a nice. Yeah, I see lots of yellow signs down there, like the road just completely ends. So, thanks, Graybeards. It feels so much later than 8:30 in the morning, probably because I've been awake since 3:30 this morning. I'd say that'd be a pretty good reason why it feels later. Yeah, I did get up really early. I was originally planning on getting up at like, 5 o'clock or so, because I thought that was my plan yesterday, because I thought I would just have to go up to Door County, which is only like an hour or so away. Little over an hour, but it's also further east, so I had more time for the snow to get there. But then when I checked the models last night, it showed like pretty much no snow there. I was talking about this earlier in the Skypes. The signal is getting really annoying. But the model runs the past couple of days seem to be pretty locked in on locations and amounts of snow. And then last night, I think it must have been like the observed soundings from the weather balloons that the National Weather Service puts up and the data gets input into the models. It caught onto a lot of dry air, which is right now I can show you, which is why there's all these pockets of no snow. The model runs were all showing that it would be like consistent snowfall throughout most of the day. Now there's dry air sneaking in, which is causing these pockets of snow pretty much.
Okay, alert.
Yeah, basically, I had to get up early to see if it was even worth. Okay, yeah, we get it. Yeah, thank you. I had to get up early to make sure it was even worth coming out to chase. And if so, I didn't know if I would have to go like far northwest Wisconsin, which is like 3.5, 4 hours away, just for there to be snow. Because I didn't want to sleep too late and then miss my window forgetting where the snow was going to be. That would be less than ideal. I'm debating going further north. Actually, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm guessing the signal just dropped out. But I'm going to take a look at the model runs to see where it's predicting. This is really frustrating with the signal keep dropping out. It wasn't doing this on my last stream, at least not this bad. It was occasionally dropping out, but it was only like every maybe 15 minutes or so and for 5, 10 seconds. This is pretty bad. But yeah, we're gonna stop and take a look at the model runs to determine if I want to go north or kind of stay in this area or east, west, south, whatever. I really do apologize for the signal being as crappy as it is. It's not the quality of stream that I strive for, so I'll have to get that fixed as soon as possible. See if the signal stabilizes while I'm just sitting stationary here for a moment. So yeah, we'll look at the model runs together and kind of show you what I'm thinking. Alright, so we'll look at the model runs. Hopefully the signal doesn't drop out because when I'm over on radar here, I won't be able to monitor the upload speed. Alright, see what the latest HRRR is showing. Total snowfall. This is far from ideal. HRRR is showing pretty much no snow till maybe 6 o'clock tonight is when it all kind of wraps up. This event looks like it could very well be a dud. At least furthermore, as you can see, it's not a total dud because there's snow on the ground. But check a couple of the other different model runs. NAM 3K. It's actually still rendering right now, but let's see. Showing maybe another 1.5 to 2 inches kind of southwest of here. Hmm. Yeah, this definitely is not ideal what you want to look for. But heck, I'm glad I'm not over in Door County like I was planning on doing. Let's check the wrap. Okay, all these models seem to be other than HRRR, the NAM, the wrap, and I guess HRRR to a degree, are kind of highlighting this Medford to Merrill area. The highest additional snowfall totals. Yeah, it shows this other kind of band come through. So I guess we'll kind of just, I don't know, we might kind of go back and forth. I mean, we could probably depending on the condition of the roads, we can take 17 down, maybe go over to Harrison, and just check out the towns down on the way to Merrill. Just kind of hover in this area for late morning to see where the snow band's set up. See what it's currently looking like. Of course, there's this band right by Anago, which is where I started the day this morning, or where I started the stream, I should say. Choices, choices. We could try to get back down towards Anago. I think we'll do that because that's where the heaviest snowfall currently is. This is kind of moving northeast, so if nothing else, we can see how much snow falls by the time we get there. And then if necessary, we can take like 64 over to Merrill and kind of just stay in this area. But for right now, we'll go to Anago. So off we go. Well, you're about to see Anago in a little bit then, Graybeard.
on Path Road G for 15 miles.
Interesting. Yeah. I've gone to like far northern Wisconsin a couple times. Like up to Ashland. Gone up little gone up northern Wisconsin a couple times, especially for like the fall leaf change and all that stuff.
1 US, 8 east for 13 miles.
It's a little slick out here. This road is not the smoothest in the world, even with the snow on it, I can tell. Let's see. Trying to think of stuff that I can talk about. It's kind of a weird silence right now. No, it's definitely a bumpy road. I don't know what's going on. You can probably tell by the camera that it's shaking and the picture isn't steady. Seems to be getting a little better now. It was pretty bad there for a little while. We're only on this road for about 7 miles. So hopefully the shaking goes away after that. I think it has to do with the plow coming through and then the tires on the plow itself kind of made jagged bumps just from the tread. Or the road is just bad. Or I'm really hoping this isn't the case. It's just something wrong with the vehicle that's causing a vibration. But it's weird because it wasn't there and now it just seems to have started on this road. So hoping it's just the road and nothing with the vehicle. Yeah, like here it's really bad again. I don't know, a lot of stuff seems to be going wrong today. So hopefully the issue will correct itself soon. Like, this is really, I can see the camera shaking on the windshield. I can also see the rear camera shaking. Guess we can see if the rear camera is any. No, that's even worse. Good gracious. We're gonna do this just for a moment. Just gonna resize the picture like that for a moment. Entire screen shaking. So I just resized it. Just resize the picture just for a moment so it's not the full screen. So if people are watching it, it doesn't give them like a full-on seizure. I also just re-fastened the camera mount suction cup, so maybe like front one was loose because it seems to be at least a little smoother right now. Yep, Starlink was on strike again. That seems to have helped a little bit. So maybe just one of the suction cups came a little bit loose from the different temperatures because the windshield getting hot and cold from defrost and then having it off in the cold air or whatnot. So I guess we'll find out. Also, we'll be turning in 3/4 of a mile. So we're now on a different road, so hopefully it was just the road and the camera will smoothen out and not be so shaky. we're coming up to a slow driver. So, and there's a line of cars, so looks like it probably won't be able to pass. So we'll just have to slow down a little bit, which is okay with me. We're not in a rush to get anywhere, technically speaking. But yeah, right now there's honestly not a whole lot going on. Yesterday, today looked like it would be much more eventful than it appears that it is. But so is weather. Never quite know what you're gonna get. The day isn't over yet this because that band down by Anago just kind of popped up out of nowhere. So of that later this afternoon, where there's brief heavy pockets of snow. So it'll just be a matter of if they pop up and if they do, if we'll be in position to get to them. It definitely isn't a widespread hazardous snowfall event. It was never predicted to be. But the difference between, you know, 2 to 4 inches of snow and only getting 1 to 2, that's rough. It is. It's half of what they had expected, and they were also anticipating areas of potentially higher than 4 inches of snow. So, haven't seen anyone slid off into the ditch, which is good. That's always a plus. Yeah, I anticipate there should be some more snow later this afternoon, like you said, around 1 o'clock-ish. So I'm definitely going to stay live streaming for most throughout at least probably 1 o'clock because I'm honestly just enjoying being out here. nothing else, even if it's not snowing, kind of like it was this morning, we can go on unplowed back roads that have a couple inches of snow on them to make things a little more interesting. Now we're picking up the pace again.
Five.
Just tuned into the local police and fire EMS dispatch to listen to the scanner to see if anything interesting is happening anywhere or if people are actually behaving pretty well on the roads. Yeah, this is Wisconsin. So Snow streams are definitely a lot more chill than severe weather streams, but there's a whole lot less going on all at once. And you can check radar like every, 10, 15 minutes opposed to having to look at every scan to see if anything major is happening. So, that little town that we just passed through was Elko. Elcho. The more I'm watching when the signal drops, I feel like it almost has. What? Something's happening.
And then I became a bullet end up forward to one North White Lake Drive again, and forward to 71 North White Lake Drive. 21-year-old male has been freed up his belt and porch, currently laying on the ground. Again, and a forward to 01 North White Lake Drive, now dirt bike to the ground.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that it doesn't have anything to do with the Starlink and my internet connection in general. I think it might be an issue with my encoder utilizing that internet connection. So I'll have to look into that as well. Yeah, we're definitely getting a little bit of some snow now. Oh, would you look at that? That would be why. The little band of snow is popping up just west of us. So this might be the area to be, at least for now, because these little short waves in the low pressure system are what are firing off these little snow showers along the various bands. So, guessing, I would assume that there's a short wave right along here. Yes, the lead vehicle up there is definitely being extra cautious. But like I said, we got nowhere to be in a rush, so I don't care. If people want to drive slower to stay safe, go right ahead. As long as being slow isn't a hazard to the other vehicles. But right now, they're maintaining a decent speed, so I really don't care. You just guess we're not getting a good signal on the radio at this moment. Yes, indeed, it sure is a Sunday drive. I'm just going to shut the radio off for now, because all we're getting at the moment is static. I have an okay, mediocre antenna on the vehicle. It's definitely not the highest quality, or even the radio I have isn't highest quality. It's more of a, I have it to listen to National Weather Service as warnings come out for severe weather, so I can hear updates and all that stuff. And if I'm lucky, I'll hear some stuff on the scanner, but it's definitely not a scanner radio or high powered receiving or anything like that. It's literally just a little Baofeng UV5R hooked up to a magnet mount antenna on the roof. So there's a couple vehicles up there that are starting to get a little impatient. which is why I'm giving them extra space so that if they do crash, I have a little bit more reaction time. Speaking of brakes, yeah, the guy behind me doesn't think it's such a good idea because he's like, why is there so much space in between you and the next vehicle? So he's kind of riding my butt. But at the same time, it's like, well, if something happens, you would know why I was so far back. Saw a sign back there, and nothing quite says you're up in the North Woods like a sign that says, with an arrow that says, deer corn, birdseed, and maple syrup. Like, yep, that wouldn't see in Northeast Wisconsin. He's backed off a little bit right now that he sees people are actually hitting their brakes. So, now that we're kind of out of the trees, I'll turn the radio back on to see if we get any better signal. About 10 minutes from Anago. Anago might be a nice little place to drive around and check the road conditions there as well. Howdy, stormy sea weathers. Indeed, I do have a channel. Yeah, I was just looking at radar, and there is a decent band going through Anago. If we weren't stuck behind this literal Sunday driver, we probably would be in that snow band right now, but oh well. Why, thank you, stormy sea weathers. Much appreciated. Oh my goodness, do we go up to 4 lanes here? Indeed, we do. I've been chasing for approximately the last year-ish. I've recorded a couple of my chases and posted them on my channel, but I just started officially live streaming. Uh, I think it was last month. So I've only had like 3 live stream chases because I didn't have a Starlink, but now I do. So now I have much better internet connection in the middle of nowhere, so I can successfully stream better. I do wish that I had uploaded more of my chases because I chased a lot over the summer, but I didn't have a way to properly store the recordings. So if I'm out chasing for 4 days at a time, a lot of that old footage has to get deleted because I don't have enough storage for the new chase in case I saw something super interesting. But I am regretting not finding a way to post those other videos because now it looks like I've only been on like 5 chases or whatever, but in reality, I was out like for almost 32 days last summer chasing. So, but yeah, now that have the ability to live stream, I don't have to worry about that because it just stores it right up for YouTube already. And for severe weather chases, I also have a backup recording that I store locally on an external hard drive for my computer. just in case like the signal cuts out or something. I'll always have footage that I can go back to later. Like let's say a huge tornado crosses the road, but there's no signal. If I am not recording it locally, that footage is just gone. So, yep. Yeah, here are some of the bigger snowflakes. This is kind of what I was expecting for most of the day with the model runs yesterday, but that didn't quite happen. Here's some fresh snow accumulation. You can see the white flakes on the road on top of the slushy stuff. So it's definitely accumulating here in this heavier band. So I'm probably gonna not, I'll be able to come back to Anago, but I'm gonna go just south of there where the heavy snow band is right now. It's probably only like 5, maybe 10 miles south of Anago. Yep, thank you, Google. So, oh, as soon as the signal comes back a little more, we'll talk for a moment. Everyone's like, no, please don't let the signal come back. I don't want to hear this guy talk. But anywho, welcome to everyone who is currently watching. Eh, Glad that you are here watching with me, getting to enjoy this nice snowy weather from hopefully the nice warm comfort of your own house or wherever you're watching. That's a very big trailer for a very small snowmobile. Here's a current look at radar. That heavier band of snow has actually moved off to the east a little bit. So I might have to find a road to kind of follow that for a little bit. It was originally looking like it was just kind of south of Anago, but now it seems to have intensified east of Anago again, so I'll check to see what road options I got. Looks like I kind of passed a lot of my road options. Alright, I found one that I'll be able to take. As long as traffic lets up enough for me to be able to get into the left lane. Well, this person turning left actually works out perfectly. There we go. Now I can get into the left lane. Perfect. Gotta love it when the traffic patterns work just well enough. Oh, sweet, and it's an unplowed road as well. Makes it even more fun. These people on bikes? Are there people standing in the middle of the road? Or what's going on? Yep, those are people walking. Okay. Well, thank you, Roger. That it's greatly appreciated. For whatever reason, chat just froze and it just came back. So, thank you. Just salt off the windshield for a moment. Oh, this is my road. Let's see how much of a road it actually is. A decent road. Fantastic. Yeah, hopefully the data should resume pretty good now that we're out of the tree wooded areas for the moment.
Yep, thank you. Not you. That's it, drive out, see. Somewhere.
Alright, so now we are back heading in the direction that I believe we want to be going in. We want to turn left here. Perfect. Man, there's so much salt and stuff getting hit up onto the windshield. Some of it's ice, some of it's just snow hitting the windshield then freezing. Oh, talking about going fishing, huh? I used to go fishing a little bit. I wasn't like an avid fisherman or anything like that, but I would go out a couple times. Not so much anymore, just because, well, I sometimes don't have the time for it. And I know what fishermen will say, there's always time for fishing. You just got to make time for it. But yeah, I enjoy it, but not enough to go out of my way to make time for it, if that makes sense. But yeah, chasing storms kind of takes up a lot of your free time. Because, well, then you have almost no free time. Except when the weather's like super boring and dull for a couple weeks. or maybe a couple days, depending on the time of year. But even then, in my downtime, the last time I went chasing was I think it was December 23rd or something. It was that snowstorm for Monday Night Football for Packer game in Green Bay. Then there was, and then before that, the last time I went out chasing was that enhanced overnight risk in Texas into Oklahoma, uh, mid-November. But even then, I have a lot of quote unquote downtime because I'm not out chasing, but it's a never ending task to keep up, updating and working on improving your stream uh, viewer experience and all that stuff. Like I adjusted all of these various overlays and stuff. I have a couple of new ones that I'll get to show at some point. Actually, in a little bit, I might give you guys just a preview of what a couple of different overlays are like. I'll have to make a huge disclaimer that there's not like a tornado warning or anything. Even though the screen might say it, it'll only show it for like 3 seconds before I switch the overlay. But because I have specific one for when there's an active tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning. As you can see right now, the hazard shows as winter weather advisory. But then depending on the severe weather day, I have it hazard level, and then it has like 1 out of 5 for 2 out of 5 for slight risk, 3 out of 5 for enhanced, and so on. But I'm excited for that. Getting to actually use that out, or use it and test it out. I have thought about adding a location monitor, but I haven't. Well, it would take it would take extra work, which is obvious. And that's not a huge deal for the amount of work. So I've definitely contemplated doing that, but at the same time, I'm trying to I'm trying to make it, how should I say this? Try to think of the proper way to say this so that it doesn't come off weird. I want to put my effort into things that I know will be super helpful. I know that location monitor would be absolutely fantastic for everyone who's checking in the chat. And I get that, and I'll probably add it at some point. But right now, it's just an issue of trying to find a way to do it properly. Because each GPS, USB GPS that I have plugged into my laptop right now, I have two of them. And each one of those GPS units can only be active in one app at a time. So you can't just have one GPS for multiple apps and pull the data from that same GPS. You can do that if you have it's called like GPS gate or a GPS location splitter. And I tried that out, but I was in the middle of a storm chase and all of a sudden it like wasn't working and my location wasn't updating in my radar apps. So I was trying to look at my phone to see where I was in relation to the storms. Like it just completely wasn't working. It wasn't uploading the data to the apps like it was supposed to. So that left me up the creek without a paddle. I literally, in the middle of a storm chase, I had to go and uninstall the GPS splitter and then restart my computer to finish the uninstall before I could get the GPS starting to work again. So I'm trying to see if there's a way that I can get it where it just pulls the GPS location from my phone, for example, where I don't have to have anything else plugged into my computer, where it just sends it to like a URL and then I pull the URL via the stream overlay or something like that. So that's definitely in the thought process for trying to find a good way to do it. It's just a matter of actually having a chance to do it and finding a way that does it correctly. So right now, a lot of the stream overlay stuff is stuff that's not being like pulled via a webhook or something like that, because right at this point, it's just one more thing that could possibly go wrong, and I don't want to put all this time into it just to have it like not work when I actually need it. So I'm testing out a couple of different webhook like data API pullers to find a way that I can get some stuff to work. Like I have found a way for like when there's an active tornado warning anywhere in the United States, if I have like my tornado warning overlay on, at the bottom of the screen, it will directly pull the tornado warning text from the National Weather Service's warning and display that and scroll at the bottom of the screen for all active tornado warnings. So it says like at whatever time a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located at blah blah blah, and it gives the actual locations, time, and all that stuff. So if people are watching the stream and it just has a tornado warning overlay on it, they'll also be able to see what the tornado warning location is for. I have a 2015 Buick Encore. Not the vehicle most people think of when they talk about storm chasing, but for me, it's working. I got this vehicle well before I started chasing and realized that I wanted to chase. So I've just kind of had to make it work. But I also don't want to put too much, money into the vehicle to upgrade it for storm chasing because it's already got a decent number of miles on it. So I'll need another vehicle at some point. So I don't want to put money into this vehicle when it's not nearing the end of its life, but it's not a new car either. So I don't want to just waste that money and not get it back in the long run. It's all part of trying to determine what's best for going forward with my storm chasing and what I really need and what I just want. Like, it would be absolutely fantastic to put a high output alternator on this vehicle so that I can run more equipment in it. Right now, I'm pretty much maxed out on the equipment I can run in this vehicle between the Starlink, charging my laptop, all of my cameras, and then I have a front windshield light bar and a rear windshield light bar. But that pretty much oh, and I have my dash cam and my radar detector. I have a lot of For a 2015 Buick Encore, I'm able to run a whole lot of equipment from this factory alternator. So instead of spending, I actually got a quote for it to put a high output alternator in this vehicle between buying the alternator and having someone do it right and redo all of the grounds and make sure that the equipment in the vehicle doesn't get fried because of the new high output alternator that's being installed. It would be about $1,500, and that's just not an expense that I feel is worth it in the long run for a Buick Encore. Because if I try to eventually, when this vehicle no longer serves my purposes and I want to get rid of it, when I'm trying to sell it, no one's going to care. Oh, this 2015 Buick Encore has a high output alternator. I'll give you an extra $500 for it. Like, it's not a sort of thing that people look for in this type of vehicle. So it does nothing to the vehicle value, if that makes sense. So at this point, what I have done is in the summer when I'm chasing, I had a couple of issues where my inverter started squealing at me because it wasn't getting enough uh, voltage or amperage. It wasn't getting enough energy into it, so it was saying, hey, it was squealing, saying, "Hey, just alerting you that you're running low on like power." So it was beeping this high pitched beep, and I was trying to figure out what the heck's going on. And I looked at my voltage reader, and then it was lower than it should be. So what I've done to help mitigate that in the summer, because right now in the winter, I can have all my equipment running, no problem. But because I have just like the heat turned on low or whatnot. But in the summer when you're chasing and it's like 80 degrees and a dew point of 75 and it's super humid, got to keep the AC running, which takes power, which takes power away from the alternator that can go to equipment. And then in addition to that, like the engine cooling fan, that takes a couple of amps of power. So when like the engine fan kicks in to cool the engine, that's when I noticed that the inverter started squealing, like, because it was all these other additional pieces of equipment that run in the summertime that don't have to during the winter. And it's not a huge difference in amperage, but it's just enough. So what I did was I just got these literal battery packs, USB packs that I can plug some of the non-essential stuff into. Like if I need to, I can plug my dash cam into it, and my radar detector, and then that'll take away, or I can plug my phone in as well. So those little things add up to things that I can just recharge those battery packs while I'm driving during the day, and I don't need like the Starlink running. Like if I'm driving someplace during the day for a storm chase in the afternoon, I don't need my Starlink running all the time. So I can just unplug my Starlink and charge the battery packs while I'm driving. So then they're ready to go and charge to plug my other stuff into later in the day. So that's kind of the workaround that I came up with for the moment. And my next vehicle for storm chasing is definitely going to be a Ford Explorer. I actually looked at one a couple months ago. It was an old Wisconsin State Patrol vehicle. So it was an old Wisconsin State Patrol vehicle. It had pretty much only highway miles. Everything looked good on it, but something just wasn't quite right with it for me to get it. I went down, I drove like 2.5 hours to look at it. I test drove it, but it there were just a couple of things off about it that I didn't feel like was worth me purchasing that particular vehicle and spending the money. Like it has nice stuff, don't get me wrong. It has like the high output alternator because it's an old police vehicle. It has all-wheel drive, it has all that stuff. But I had just recently got new tires for this vehicle, which was over $1,000. So I didn't want to just like, get rid of this vehicle after just spending $1,000 on tires. And, just small stuff that makes you kind of question the vehicle. Like, obviously it looked like it needed a bit of a tire alignment, which isn't a huge deal, but that means the tires had been wearing unevenly, so I'd have to buy new tires for that vehicle in the near term as well. When they disconnected when they disconnect like all the old police lights and stuff, they keep all the wiring like in place. They just like cut the ends of it and shove it like back under the trim or whatever instead of pulling all the wires out. So coming out of the fuse box under the engine were just like I no joke. There was like a tube of just disconnected white, mostly disconnected wires that was like 2 inches in diameter. So I really didn't feel like trying to figure out which of those wires had already been cut and which ones were for, essential vehicle functions. Because, oh, that was the wire that went to the ABS, and all of a sudden now you don't have an anti-lock braking system, or just something like that. And then trying to rerun all of the wires, it just seemed kind of like a pain. So, but yeah, if your gut tells you something about a vehicle, usually it's a good thing to trust it, because if it just doesn't feel right, it's probably not right. Oh, that passed the time quite quickly. That was a nice conversation. Oh, morning, Shane. Right now we are west of Langlade, Wisconsin. All right here, east of Anago, between there and between there and White Lake. This actually seems to be some pretty substantial, steady snowfall that's been occurring. So I'm just going to continue heading east. I was going to kind of head back to Anago and check out what the roads were like there, but this area here keeps that short wave is really initiating the snowfall. So I'm just going to keep sticking with this and kind of follow it east. And who knows, at some point, I may just barely end up in Michigan. I've never storm chased in Michigan before. I've come very, very close, but I've never storm chased in Michigan before. And a little bit later, I'm planning on testing out one of my new features that actually just hopefully got working this past week, where I can pull up a camera feed on my phone and then throw and then get that input into the stream. So if I leave like the vehicle and step out, I, all of my cameras are wired with USB cables to the computer. So I can't really leave the vehicle with them because there's no wireless signal sent to the computer. So I now have a way that hopefully I can leave the vehicle and pull up a camera on my phone and send it to, whoa, what's this guy doing? Whoa, oh, gripes, bud. And then send it to the stream. So I'm hopefully going to have a chance to test that out later. A quick tour of the vehicle and my chase setup. I'll when it gets warmer out, I'll do like an official, like separate video of my vehicle and the chase setup I have inside of it and all that stuff. But I wanna give you guys a little bit of a teaser for it because well, you guys are some of my first subscribers, so you guys have the right to get a little behind the scenes stuff. So hopefully the camera app will work. And I don't know, it must have been something about that Antigo area. Like we haven't dropped the signal nearly as much as we did then. This is a lot more like my last chase stream that I had, with the signal would cut out occasionally, but back to that not Anico, Rhinelander, that's what it was. It was just like constantly dropping out. I felt so bad for you guys watching because it must have been painful to watch with it freezing like every 2 seconds. But yeah, how's your day going, Shane? I'm also probably gonna stop. Oh, it was interesting. Oh boy. Sounds like there's a story on its way. Unless she doesn't want to share the story, which is fine. But anyway, back to talk about the vehicle. I am fairly confident that this Buick Encore is the most badass storm chasing Buick Encore in the world. I am fairly confident in that, which is quite a accomplishment to be able to say in a weird way. It's kind of like hey, I have the most badass storm chasing vehicle that no one else takes storm chasing because it's a Buick Encore. But I make it work. It's only four cylinders. It's not even a six-cylinder engine in this one. Some of the 2015 Encores are, but this one's a four-cylinder engine, which means it sometimes takes a little extra time to get up to speed, but man, it's hard to beat the gas mileage on this vehicle. Like storm chasing on like the amount of miles that I can go is amazing. Since I have gotten this vehicle, I have driven it 61,952 miles since I got this vehicle. And I've never reset the fuel economy since I got the vehicle. For the entirety of those almost 62,000 miles, I'm averaging at 28.2 miles per gallon. For comparison, well, I'm going to hold off. Nope, this one has gotten 28.2 miles per gallon, which is pretty dang good. For comparison, like the Ford Explorer that I was looking at getting, that I went and I tested over that I was talking about, that one averaged 18 miles per gallon, like just overall, not that specific vehicle, but just like that year of Ford Explorers with that engine. Because I would imagine that the miles per gallon were on that vehicle were probably way lower than 18 because, when it's used as a police vehicle, it does a lot of like idling, which burns gas without actually going any miles, or they put the pedal to the metal and to accelerate onto the Hanover or something. So yeah, but on average, that model year of Explorer got 18 miles per gallon, which when you're talking about driving the number of miles that chasers do, the difference between 18 miles per gallon and 28 miles per gallon, it adds up really quick in gas price. I'm not going to do the math in my head right now because my head would hurt, but last year I drove about 22,000 miles chasing. And if someone wants to do the math, I'm not going to do it right now, but let's say I drove 22,000 miles while chasing and I averaged 28 miles per gallon instead of 18. Let's just say, for a round number, let's say average price I paid for gas was, let's say, $3. No, like 2.75 or something around there. But that adds up real quick. So not only would I have to pay for price of the vehicle, obviously, I would have had to get new tires, and then the long-term costs of the lower fuel mileage. Yeah, well, pretty much that intersection back there was mostly Langlade. Like, just like that, I'm out of Langlade. So, I'm sure there was more to Langlade, like off on if I had turned left or right at that intersection, but on the map, it shows that intersection is Langlade. It's such a weird, like, you hear it, you, well, if you're from Wisconsin, you sometimes hear that name and you see it, like, on map and stuff, but when you actually say it out loud, it sounds weird to say, just saying Langlade. Yeah, I would not be surprised in the slightest if we lose some of our better internet coverage for the in the next little bit because there's quite a few trees, as you can see. Oh, that would be why we are entering the Checamegon. What was that? Forest. So that would explain the number of trees. So yeah, number of trees would definitely be a good indication of why we are now in a national forest. Yeah, all the trees. The Checamegon Nicolay National Forest is where we currently are, or is the area that we've now entered. I know I'm butchering that name. I do know that on rare occasions, maybe not so rare, but somewhat rare, occasionally, they do see bears up here, so who knows? It's very unlikely, but we could see a bear. I highly, highly doubt it, because, they're probably sleeping for the winter, but you never know. Oh, look, a snowplow. Yes, Graybeard, that's what it's called. You nailed it. Oh, shush, Shane. I didn't want to overhype saying, hey, yeah, there's a whole bunch of bears up here. Because, I didn't know that for sure. So, So if someone wants to look it up and there really aren't a lot of bears in this area, blame it on Shane. She said that there's lots of bears up here. So, but if you look it up and there are a lot of bears up here, I was right, but there's a lot of bears. So either way, Shane's wrong. I have also been, uh, if I had a piece of wood to knock on, I would state and agree with Greybeard out loud by saying that, but I am also surprised by the lack of brown four-legged animals that you often see on the side of the road in this area. They occasionally have antlers and there's a hunting season for them. Yes, I'm referring to moose. Moose, mooses, meese. This stretch of road seems to be pretty well plowed and salted, so I don't know, I'm just brainstorming here. It wasn't this well maintained a little ways back, so I wonder if it has something to do with different funds, because this is a national forest. So it's like they have, it's like the federal government that's in charge of plowing these roads instead of like the county or whatnot. But I don't know. Just since we got to that point, or right around when we entered the forest, the road seems to have gotten a lot more clear. We can take a quick look at radar here. So once again, as always, we're that blue dot, and we are currently heading east, kind of towards that big blob of fairly heavy snow, actually. That might be the heaviest snow band or patch of snow that I've seen on radar all day. At least in Wisconsin, I saw Some probably about that, possibly a little bit earlier, kind of over by Duluth and northeast Minnesota. But yeah. Alright. See you later, Stormy. See you weather. Nice having you drop by. Oh my gosh, it feels like it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, not 10:30 in the morning. Good gracious. Yeah, Shane, you weren't here when I was talking about it earlier, but I've been awake since 3:30 this morning, so it feels much later in the afternoon than 10:30 in the morning. Oh my goodness, would you believe it? There's a stop sign. We've found somewhat civilization again. Which way are these snow bands headed? Kind of almost due east. So it looks like we'll have to drop south to get to our next east route. Because as you can see, we cannot continue straight on this road. That would lead to a bad day. It's Bigfoot! I don't know if you got to see it. It was on the left side. He had a Santa hat on. I couldn't turn my camera to the left. I can turn it to the right easily, but I can't turn it to the left because, well, funny story. So I have a suction cup mount for the windshield to attach my camera to. And of course, there's the threaded end where you can attach the camera onto by screwing it on. But there's also like a little circular piece with rubber on it. So if the camera, because the thread on the mount is probably like an inch and a quarter long, but only like a quarter to like 3/8 of an inch actually screws into the camera. So the other part that you put on is that you can keep the camera tight even though it's not screwed on all the way. Well, I was driving down the street this morning. I didn't have my camera attached yet because I there was no need to at that point because it was early in the morning and I wasn't streaming yet. I was just getting to the location. But I hit some rumble strips and the little circular piece vibrated and unthreaded off of the screw of the mount and it fell somewhere onto the floor and I could not find it before I started the stream this morning. So I had to just tighten the camera all the way so I can only turn it to the right because it loosens it on the thread. Can't turn it to the left because it's already tightened as far as it can go. So I'll have to find that piece soon. But yeah, I couldn't find it this morning. It was dark. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. I was trying to use a flashlight to look under the seat, and it's like, you know what? As long as it didn't fall out of the, as long as it didn't fall out of the door when I opened it to like hook up my Starlink and stuff, it's in the vehicle somewhere, and I'll find it. But they do have a couple of dash cams, like where there's a front-facing camera, and then attached to it are like two smaller cameras that kind of face. You can adjust them to either point at like the driver and the passenger, or like out the passenger windows or whatnot. I had looked, and then it also comes with a rear window dash cam. I looked into a couple of lost signal, but yeah, I looked into a couple of those. But the problem is there's it records it and like stores it to a memory card, but there's really no good way to get that video input into the computer for streaming purposes, and finding a way to choose which camera view it would go to. So I mean, in a way, they kind of do have 360 dash cams, but they still don't serve the purpose that I would need. Oh wow, we didn't drop signal there? Huh, guess it still managed to go through. Weird, because earlier when the upload rate was that low, it wasn't uploading anything to the stream, but I guess now it is. Weird. Yep, this is northern Wisconsin for you. I see how radar is looking quick. Let's get a quick radar loop. It's almost moving due east, which is why we're not in a bunch of snow right now. But we'll be going east kind of along in here. Then once we get to 141, we'll have some good north-south options. So maybe we'll go up to Crivets and see how the snow affected them from that northern band, and then come back south and catch maybe this one by Coleman as it's coming through and snowing. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, this just says northern Wisconsin for you. Just a Shell gas station in the middle of the woods. Like, it's usually when you see a gas station in the middle of nowhere up here, it's a Shell. Guess who missed their turn? Would be me. I missed my turn because I was trying to stop that guy from riding my bumper. I was trying to find a nice place to turn off, just to let him pass. And then I was like, wait, I need to do a U-turn anyway. The turn was back at the Shell gas station. Yep, U-turn. Here we go. This is where I was supposed to turn. Count. Check. Oh, Ponto County.
4, 3, 0.
We're in the southern half of the county, okay?
1, 5, 5, 5, 8, 0.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can hear anything interesting over the scanner. See if we can get a little background noise in here. Well, that's a party pooper. For whatever reason, radar app I'm using for the Green Bay radar site, it wasn't updating the winter weather radar. Like, I thought it was still updating, and then I looked, and it's like, no, that the latest update was from 10/11, so like almost 40 minutes ago. So I just turned on regular reflectivity. So luckily we're still in a decent position, but yeah, that changes things very slightly. Like if this was severe weather, I would have noticed it well before then. I would have noticed it like almost immediately. But when it snows, it's kind of like, yeah, wherever the snow bands line up, that's kind of where you just drive. It's not like you gotta stay out of hail or tornadoes or something. So not a big deal, but it is what it is. So right now it is currently snowing in Crivets. It's not west of Crivets anymore. It's over Crivets. And we're approximately 20 minutes away from there. So we should still be in pretty good position.
Should reach your destination by 11:13 a.m.
If I didn't know any better, the roads right now don't look like I'm doing a snow chase at all. Yep, Crivets. Why not? We'll take a couple of back roads to get to Crivets. Stay on some snow-covered roads. Howdy, Kay. How you doing? Good to see ya. I probably will stop at that quick trip a little bit later, Graybeard. Don't you worry. I'll find a quick trip and make sure I stop there. Yeah, it's good to be out.
Highway south, 5 miles.
And yep, it's another shell. Oh, this road is awful. And yet, the camera isn't shaking as bad as it was earlier on worse road, uh, on better roads. So I'm assuming that it was the suction cup just coming loose. That's what was causing the camera to be so shaky, which is good. Nice, easy fix. To be to be honest, Graveyard, who doesn't love Quick Trip? If someone doesn't like Quick Trip, I think there's probably a problem. And I doubt that the problem is Quick Trip. Not far up this road, we should get to the area where they had the more substantial snowfall a little while, a couple minutes ago. So we'll see how the roads are up there. This one isn't too slippery. Is a pretty decent incline. Yeah, I was thinking about going to further into northwest Wisconsin, but that snowfall was in the wee morning hours of like 1 to 3 a.m. and I just wasn't going to be out chasing at that time. One, no one's going to be out. Two, pretty much no one's going to be awake to watch the stream. So it's like at that point, it's kind of like pick the closest area with decent snow. I was originally going to go to Door County because it looked like there was supposed to be like 3 to 5 plus inches of snow there. But then, yeah, that didn't pan out, so I'm glad I didn't go there. So here we are approaching Crivets. Started by going up to Anago, then up to Rhinelander, then back to Anago, and now we're heading over towards Crivets area. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the road trip. Yeah, I was hoping to go to Door County as well. It's always pretty up there, but I have no idea what the speed limit is here. Google Maps is telling me it's 35, but I'm going 50 and this guy is screaming up on me like I'm not moving. Well, hopefully he doesn't follow me when I turn in a quarter mile. He is following me. Fantastic. I'm not going to take this curve too fast. That looks slick as heck. This is mostly ice with a little bit of snow on top of it. And this dude behind me just does not want to slow the heck down. There's really no good place for me to even pull off for him to pass, because he's all. Well, we're gonna give it some gas to make sure we make it up this hill. I think I can. I think I can. There's a passing lane. Let's see if he actually uses it. There's no one coming. So he wants to ride my bumper, but he doesn't want to pass. Classic. Oh, that's why he's turning right. Okay, I'll give him a pass that time. I'll let him slide. Maybe that's not the best word to say on an icy road, but you get what I'm getting at. Oh, that's slightly strange. This is pretty much the area that got that heavy band of snow. I'm not seeing much evidence of that on the ground.
Fine. Right. It was.
Hydrac.
2 minutes right on County Highway West. Mile.
Yeah, there's not much evidence of that heavy band of snow going over this area. I mean, sure, there's a little bit on the pavement, but not as much as I would have expected given that radar presentation of the snow. The good news is that there look to be a couple of fun roads to go on around here that haven't been plowed or salted, so we'll be able to have a little bit of fun on some of the back roads. Well, I was going to say that that road back there looked like a good one to go on, but it said dead end, so I mean, probably not ideal. We got approximately 5 minutes from Crivets. The ones we're there will probably maybe drive around Crivets for just a little bit because it's not that big, and then probably take 141 down south towards Coleman and catch. I'll show radar quick. Catch this other band that's kind of coming through from the west. Agreed, Greybeard, agreed. Just graduate to bigger toys. It's a little bit of snow accumulation. Looks like they may have plowed this side, but not the other side. Approximately 3 minutes till we get to Cribbets. Looks like they've done a pretty dang good job of salting these roads, at least the main roads here. These are just wet. There's like almost no accumulation on them at all. Well, here we are. Guess we'll just start taking a couple of these side streets and see how it looks. I've never been to Crivets, so yeah, I mean the side streets here are definitely snow covered, but I don't think. Well, let's check. Yeah, they're snow covered, but not really slippery at this point. At least that street wasn't. There we go. We have now been to Crivets. I was gonna say, where's Graybeard? I see the quick trip. The stream may cut out, or at least not have as good of a signal, because when I shut the vehicle off, it'll also power off the Starlink. But we are here. We have made it to Quick Trip. So let's see if I can get this screen to work. Aha! Got it. All right, I will be back. All right, I have made it back. And that quick trip is one busy place. Guess it makes sense why it's pretty much the only quick trip in a pretty good radius. Because everyone must love that quick trip. I just need to find a nice place that I can pull off and just quick eat the food that I got, which will only take like maybe 3 minutes because all I got was a parfait and a water, but it was way too busy in that parking lot to try to find a place to park and just sit. It'll also give a chance for the Starlink to boot back up again so that we have better internet signal. Oh, here we go, a Piggly Wiggly.
Okay, alert.
Perfect, nice big parking lot. So hopefully no one has to bother us. Oh, this Oh, hello, hello, Flambeau. Welcome. Oh, Belly is here too. My goodness, I go into Quick Trip and all the people pop out of the woodwork. I honestly have no idea the next time I will be chasing. Kind of depends on the weather, because right now, pretty much the only stuff for me to chase is snow in Wisconsin, because that's about as far as I'm willing and not able, but as far as I want to drive for right now, so I can save my funds and limited. Don't want to waste money traveling to other places when it's just snow. Like even down south, for me, this is just as good of an event as any of the other snow chases down south because it's local, so it doesn't cost me very much to do. So I can save my funds for cross country severe weather chases during tornado season. So it kind of depends on when Mother Nature decides, hey, But yeah, right now we're in Crivets, so we're probably gonna take I think that's 141 down south through Beaver and then kind of down just kind of towards Green Bay in general. And I think this snow event is kind of wrapping up. I think I'll verify, I'll check the models before I call it a day, but wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of pop-up showers and even some heavier areas of snow back west again. Great. Thank you a lot, Stormy. Yeah, O'Connell Falls is right down here. Way to go, Plumbo. You found it. All right. See you next time, Stormy. Shane. Oh yeah, I know. I've heard of Surrey. Jane found the sweet kern. So I'm just gonna check model run real quick to make sure I'm not missing something or not seeing something very obvious. And then go from there. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot for any more snow that'll be coming. There'll be a couple of pop-up snow showers probably, but any accumulations will be less than an inch. So I'll probably start heading back south. Probably. So stream will probably continue for about another hour, hour and a half, maybe. Maybe a little bit longer if I can find some snow-covered back roads a little further south. But I want to make sure I don't go on the back roads right now because I want to head south towards Coleman. Just want to make sure I want to head south towards Coleman while it's currently snowing in that area. So, yeah, there's a couple of pop-up snow showers a little bit later this afternoon, but not enough for me to justify staying out here because they're so going to be so scattered. And I would have to drive pretty much all the way back to Rhinelander area for a lot of those. So at this point, I'll start heading back south towards Green Bay, but not going like directly home per se. Oh, and then we'll also have to do that test of the phone camera and the tour of the vehicle to see how that works, to make sure it actually works. It should, but we'll find out. Oops. I'm glad I caught that mistake. I'm almost made a critical mistake. Turns out I turned the wrong direction. I am currently heading north instead of south. So, well, time to change that. Actually, this was completely intentional because now we get to do some fun roads. That was completely intentional. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. This was completely intentional, definitely not an accident. This was 100% planned. But yeah, so here we are. Enjoy this snowy street while we have it, because very soon I will be turning right back onto that street that I was just on that had almost no snow on it. But I'll be going south instead of north. I know, I wish there were more streets with snow on them. Ah, this is a gravel road underneath here. I do wish that the microphone picked up a little bit more of the background noise, because otherwise, when I'm not talking or like the radio isn't going, it's just like dead silence. Occasionally, it'll pick up like the sound of the tires or something, but what can you do? I might be able to adjust the settings a little bit at some point to pick up a little more of that noise, just so that it's not complete silence. That gets kind of weird. Yeah, there's an idea. Just like record some engine noises and then just have them play at a low volume repeatedly in the background. There's an idea. Nope, this is still Crivets. We are just back to being in Crivets. Yeah, Flambo just wants his cake. How's everyone's weekend been going? And I spent yesterday morning, well, Flambo, you know what I was doing, because we were playing submarines, but then yesterday I had to run a couple of errands and get the vehicle ready, and then this morning, well, you know what I did today. So, to the encoder just isn't connecting to the internet for whatever reason. It just like randomly disconnects. So I'll have to try to figure out what the heck is up with that. Because like just then, my encoder just completely crashed and X'd out, and I just had to restart it and resume the live stream. Oh, you guys didn't catch that? I think it's something up with the encoder instead of the actual internet connection. Because I'm sustaining an internet connection, but the encoder just is randomly like dropping the connection to the internet. And just now, when it cut out, it was because my encoder completely just crashed and I had to open it and resume the stream. Like it just completely crashed and X'd out of everything. So yeah, that's fun. Got to figure out what the heck's up with that. Huh, got him, Flompo. But yeah, it's so weird that it just randomly does that. Yep, just did it again. So weird. And it keeps dropping. I don't know why. Like it goes perfectly fine for like I don't even know at this point. I hope the signal kind of settles down a little bit. It keeps dropping out, which is quite frustrating. I wish it was that entertaining. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Although I'm sure it's not as interesting as it would be if I was chasing a felon or something like you thought it was going to be. Yes, that is indeed what you heard. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to find a different encoder to use or something. That's very true, Roger. You never know what you'll run into on YouTube. Nice. Dart, how are you doing? Yeah, like right then, for no apparent reason, the signal just went way down. There were no obstructions or anything like that, so I don't know what's going on. So it seems I gotta do some troubleshooting of what will be or what's going on with signal and whatnot dropping. I will probably be online for maybe another hour or so, maybe a little bit longer than that, but not too much, I don't think. Snow is kind of winding down. So indeed, it is the Starlink that's the issue. It's not the encoder right now. The encoder still shouldn't crash and just randomly close, but the signal dropping is definitely Starlink. So I pulled up the test on my phone and I was just monitoring the Starlink data output and it just went signal disconnected. So it's the Starlink itself that's having issue. Don't know if it's orientation or if it's just weird obstructions or it's the snow ice crystals up above. I don't know. But hopefully once I get that mounted on the roof, it'll take care of some of the problems. Most of the problems, hopefully. I think the signal cut out as I was talking. I was saying, sorry, Dart. I wasn't trying to send the snow anywhere else. I'd be more than happy to keep it up here so I'd have something to drive in. But we got someone here that's fallen butt. Yeah, there's really not much going on, and I don't think much else is going to go on this afternoon as far as weather. Snow has dissipated almost completely. Yeah, now that we have signal again, I can continue talking. So the weather is pretty much fizzled out. Signal keeps dropping, which is not ideal. So, yeah, wish at least the signal would hold. That'd be nice. Exactly, Shane. The weather's not weathering and the signal isn't signaling. I'm gonna try something quick. So the signal will definitely cut out for a couple minutes, but I'm gonna see if this works. So the signal is definitely gonna cut out for a couple minutes, but if a couple minutes of downtime means I can get it to fix. Wait, no, never mind. That's not it. Dang it. I thought there was a software update for the Starlink dish that it needed to download, which might be why it wasn't working right. But the update's just for the Starlink app for the phone. It's not for the dish itself. Are we back? Finally. Oh my goodness. That was nothing short of a complete technological catastrophe. Oh, it was awful. I figured the Starlink signal can't get any worse, so I shut off the router, or I just unplugged it and restarted it. And in the meantime, I was just going to connect fully to the hotspot. Well, for whatever reason, it wasn't connecting to the hotspot. And then the Starlink was taking it literally had something on the app that said Starlink is taking longer than usual to connect to the internet. Please check to make sure it has like a clear view of the sky or network might be down or something. And then Starlink was starting to reboot, and then it was just about done, and then the encoder crashed on the computer again. I opened it up, opened the encoder up again, and then got it working temporarily, and then my computer got the blue screen of death and completely restarted. So, that is how my last, how long was that? 10 minutes, 15 minutes went? Not very enjoyable. But good gracious, that was awful. That was bad. Yeah, I bet the chat stopped working because when like the encoder crashed, it considered the stream to be ended, so the chat wasn't live anymore until I got back into the encoder to resume the stream, and then chat should probably started working again. So I don't know how much is the Starlink, how much is the encoder, how much is my computer, how much of it is YouTube just throwing a fit. It's like, oh my goodness, pretty much anything that could have gone wrong went wrong. Oh, now for whatever reason, the Starlink is now downloading a software update. So who knows? Maybe after this, I didn't press anything to download the update, but it just decided to do it. Which probably means to finish downloading the update, it'll have to restart, which means I could do this whole shenanigan over again, which is just fantastic. Yep. Yeah, fun times. So hopefully we're back for now. Software updates at 40%, so we'll see if it has to restart afterwards. And if so, hopefully it doesn't take 20 minutes to reconnect back to the internet. Yay, fun! But anyways, I will probably be wrapping up this stream relatively shortly, because there's absolutely nothing going on except technical difficulties. Waiting to see what the signal does after it finishes downloading the software update to see if there will be enough, see if I'll be able to test out the phone camera and see if I can do the vehicle tour. So if you guys can hold tight for just a couple minutes to see if it'll work. This looks like a nice, I was actually coming here on purpose. This looks like a nice place to get out and attempt to do the tour of the vehicle quick, so long as the internet continues to work okay. Oh boy, here we go. We're gonna try this, see if it'll work. Open this on the phone and go over to the, okay. So I'll need to figure out how to get the camera for the sound from the phone to work. So right now I'm gonna have to talk kind of loudly because it'll just be the microphone from the computer. But hope so far it seems to be holding steady pretty good. Alright, so we'll start on the outside, I guess. I'll roll the window down so I don't have to yell as loud. So, got the front of the vehicle here, got the logo on the magnet on the side. On the roof, we have got the magnet mount antenna and the antenna on top. Then we kind of just come around the back. I have other magnets that I can put on the back as well, but I don't currently have those on. So I don't bring anything. Yeah, so I have other magnets that I could put on the back bumper, but I don't have those on right at the moment. On the inside of the vehicle here, we have my laptop holder with, and of course, my foreign hat. Got the laptop here with the front-facing camera here and radar detector there with my front windshield light bars there. Got the inverter and radio here along with my control for all the different stream views and overlays. And currently I have the Starlink just kind of sitting on the dashboard there. And then I have all of the controls wired to here so I can turn on the front light bar and the rear light bar when they have different settings. So we got those all set up. And then when we go to the back of the vehicle, here we've got the rear mounted camera, which is just another suction cup mount under the back windshield. And then the back is kind of a mess right now, but these were the lights I originally had on the grill for grill strobe lights. I took those off because I don't use those anymore. I was going to try to find a way to mount them to the back of the vehicle, but that couldn't quite work. But I've got recovery boards, fire extinguisher, medical bag here, got a toolbox, got a shovel for you never know when you'll need that. Got high vis, I have air compressor, then back seat. I have my bag of pretty much all my other equipment here, extra cords, cable management, all sorts of different stuff. So that is pretty much it. So were you able to hear me okay throughout at least most of that? Yeah, I've got dash cam up on the front windshield here. Then this is kind of the view from quote unquote the cockpit. I've got typical stuff here. Phone goes on the phone holder here. Got once again the view of the light bars. And then from here, got on off for the uh, front lights, on off for the rear lights and the patterns to go on. Then just got random pens and pencils in case I need them for anything. My inverter is still currently just sitting on the seat because I haven't had a chance to remount that since my last incident where I talked about it on my last chase stream, but basically the prongs on the back of it barely came in contact with part of the seat metal underneath because it was mounted underneath the passenger seat here. So that was not ideal. It kind of blew the fuse for a lot of different stuff. Or not the fuse, but the fuse in the uh, cigarette outlet extender. But basically, like I said, it's a mess. I haven't had a chance to completely organize this, but basically have something that plugs into the cigarette outlet down here, and that goes to this three-way splitter that fits directly in the cup holder that has a voltage reader right on it. I plug the inverter into this one and my front and rear light bars on each of those. And then on the USB, the cigarette outlet itself, where it plugs in, it has two USB outlets where I currently have my phone plugged in, um, dash cam, and radar detector. So basically, that's a pretty generic overview of everything. Um, I'll obviously want to get Starlink dish up onto the roof, so I just need to get the mount for that, and then, drill holes in the roof to mount it and run the cord up through there and all that fun stuff. Oh, and here's one of the other battery packs that I was talking about when I was unable to upgrade the alternator just because of the cost of it. So I've got, just a battery pack here. Get how much power this has. This is a 38,800 milliamp battery pack, and I have two of these. So when I'm beginning to draw too much power from the vehicle's alternator, I can plug stuff into here like my dash cam. Or right now I have just the mini hotspot plugged in to that so that it can continue to do that. But basically, what's up next that I still need to do is, organize all these cords. They were more organized till I ripped them all apart last night because I had a whole bunch of old cords I didn't need anymore. And then I need to attach another mount to the bottom of the laptop mount here to have a place to, mount my control for the stream. It'll either be like off to the side here, probably something kind of like that, so I can just reach over and touch that without having it slide all around the seats. Then I gotta get the inverter mounted again, and then I need to just find a place. I need to also come up with a mount for the my radio so that this isn't just flailing around. But yeah, so that is pretty much the very basic layout of the vehicle. Okay, so I think that went pretty well. Given that's the first time I've ever tried using that camera phone, I forgot that I hadn't found a way to get the audio over from the phone right away. So, yeah, there's a couple of other random odds and ends, but I'll get into that more in depth in a actual video for it. But yeah, we've got that. The only other main equipment that I don't have in here that I can think of off the top of my head is my chainsaw, which I didn't need to bring along for this chase. Or any of my winter chases, I didn't bring them along because I kind of just wanted to get it ready for winter and it was all set. So I ran all the gas out of it, so it's all prepped for winter and cold weather. So we're ready to fuel up next spring, or this spring, whatever. So one thing that I didn't get into was basically for my computer, I have a USB splitter that's plugged into the side and is mounted on the bottom here of the laptop mount. And it has four different USB outlets. One is for the front camera, one's for the rear camera, and the other two are for my USB GPS. But yeah, that is that. I don't have the current hat on because I am absolutely burning up in here, but I had to keep the defrost on because the windshield kept icing up. So that's why I don't have the current hat on. Any other questions that anyone has about the setup while you're thinking about it? For the moment, I'm just gonna keep driving, and if you guys have any other questions that you think of, you can just pop them in chat. But yeah, right now, I that's the very quick overview of all the main points for the setup in the vehicle. Yeah, I didn't go at this point, I didn't go and make everything look super nice and pretty when I loaded it in the vehicle for today because I'm only going to be out for I'm only chasing for one day. And then I just unload all the stuff anyway. So, but when I get it set up for like severe weather chasing, I have a place for everything and everything in its place. So I know where to find stuff and so that it's out of the way. I'm also planning on making, well, when I do severe weather chasing, I fold the back seats, at least one of the back seats down so that I can fit the chainsaw in here. So what I'm planning on doing is, just getting a couple of 2x4s and some plywood and building like a little elevated platform where I can put the chainsaw underneath because otherwise it's just an awkward shape and nothing. Oh, okay, I think we're back. I swear this Starlink is going to be the end of me. I'm hoping that it's just kind of because it's in a weird position right now, that once I get it mounted up on the roof, it'll have much better signal. It won't keep dropping out like this. But yeah. Oh, Graybeard, I've got a Kern hat selfie that I can show you. It's from the day that I got the Kern hat. So this is always a nasty intersection because it's curved on both sides. So you can't see if vehicles are coming. And they're coming through that 45 miles an hour, which is not ideal. But anyway, Yeah, what I was talking about before the signal cut out again was because the chainsaw is such an awkward shape and it takes up a lot of the storage room in the back. I pulled down one of the seats to fit it in. But what I'm planning on doing is making a little platform out of some 2x4s and some plywood so that the chainsaw can go underneath and something else can go underneath it as well towards the front. And then on the top of the platform is a place where I can sleep at night so that I don't have to keep sleeping in the driver's seat. So I can actually have a place where I can lay down flat and sleep, which will be nice. Yeah, the microphone, I'm just using the default microphone on my laptop, but it pretty much it has a anti-background noise filter on it, which is good at sometimes, bad at others. I do wish that there was a little bit of background noise, just so it's not like dead silence when I'm not talking. But maybe that's something that can be adjusted in the future, or maybe I'll just keep it how it is. I don't know yet. But as you can see, they got pretty much no snow here, which is why I didn't stay in this area. But I think with that, I'm gonna start to wrap up the stream because unless you guys want to talk about something else, in that case, I'm more than happy to just stay online and keep talking while I drive. But at this point, there's nothing going on weather-wise. There really hasn't been for the past hour and a half. But yeah, I'll definitely start thinking about and planning that full vehicle walkthrough, and I'll go through more in depth of all the equipment that I have and even the stuff they don't have in the vehicle with me. But just some of the extra, accessories I have, like just for example, extra fuses, tire plugs, stuff like that. Yeah, I thought for sure that the rumble strip noises went through. So I don't do anything to prevent the background noise. It's just like the one of the microphone settings on the computer that I have. Like I'm just using the built-in microphone and it has like background noise suppression where it takes care of all that automatically. I haven't done a dang thing with any of the settings for that. It's just I talk and that's just how the microphone works on my computer, which is a good thing and a bad thing. But yeah, it'd be nice to have some of that road noise a little bit. But basically, other than the road noise, there's really not all that. And when I have the radio on, there's really not much else but background noise in the vehicle itself, which is nice. It's just a random stop sign here. Okay, I didn't see a sign for that, but okay. If you guys have any questions, I think you guys want to talk about, go right ahead because it's a very lull point right now and pretty much just me driving back towards home, which isn't too far away, but I'm enjoying being off of the interstate right now. My goodness, well, the signal was cut out and you couldn't hear really or you guys couldn't see or hear anything because the signal wasn't there. That interstate traffic was absolutely insane. Like it went from zero. All right, I'm sure there's a couple well, there's areas that you'll definitely be able to skip over because there's like at least 10, maybe 15 minutes where there was just absolutely no signal because internet was acting weird. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, part of the reason why I didn't stay out later is because, the Packer game starts at 3:30. So, yeah. I mean, if there was snow and like mm, substantial snow, I definitely would have stayed out longer. But at this point, it was just, there was nothing there. Thanks to everyone who hopped on and joined the stream today. There should, I don't know when Stream Elements will post it. Before I officially log off, I'll post a link, but I'll post a link to the Discord if you want to join for any live stream notifications, behind the scenes stuff, maybe even a couple of current hat selfies, but which way do I want to go? Oh, good thing there's no one here. But yeah, I'm so glad a lot of you could join because, well, it's not very much fun just talking to yourself the entire time while driving. Well, my goodness, I am having issues with these roundabouts today. I don't usually go that way. I think I've only gone through those specific roundabouts like maybe once or twice. Yep, thank you, thank you. I will keep uh, I'll keep updated on all of my platforms in Discord, YouTube community posts, Facebook. I don't usually post stuff on Twitter, but occasionally I do. But I'll keep you guys updated on those three platforms with any potential stream plans in the near future, along with any other noteworthy updates that I have. So thanks for joining everyone, and I will see you next time.